game. There we go. I might even just try Twitch's thing
since my brother and I
at this point.
began to see things other people can't see.
Twitch has its own broadcast software.
My big brother, he was so sweet and kind.
I don't know if it's based on OBS though or not.
He was the only one I could open up to about these
It's
visions.
in beta. I don't know.
After our mother died, he was my only family.
But OBS really hates any kind of resolution change, which I guess going out a full screen of this game was enough to crash OBS.
So
which is just
this
sad.
is Himuro Mansion.
Sad. So this is Himuro Mansion. OBS hater. I mean, it's just getting to a point of like you're scared to touch it during a stream.
Junsei Takamine, a famous novelist, and a man my brother was very indebted to.
I mean, the other option's the 2 PC build.
A book.
Oh.
When he told me that he got a lead on Mr. Takamine's whereabouts.
Yeah, but it's complicated, and I don't know how.
I felt uneasy, like he was going far away.
Far away. So this is Himuro Mansion.
The forbidden rituals of this area. It looks like Mr. Takamine was doing research into them. I wonder if his group is still here.
Yes, camera. I know how to camera. That button. Oh my god. Well, these menus are a lot sharper on this texture pack. The first 3 Fatal Frames all have texture packs. Although the one that's not complete is 2, which is kind of funny because that's generally the more popular game. Rope Hardway Man. One thing I've always liked about Fatal Frame though is all you have to do is like you don't have you just hold run and you go forward. You don't have to like hold. You don't have to hold forward if you're running. So all you have to really do is adjust. Angry Man. So one thing that can happen with emulating this game though is sometimes you can't see ghosts, but we'll see what happens. There's ways to fix it, but hopefully it's fine.
This notebook.
Hey, Nicaro.
It's Mr. Takamine's.
Takamine? These 3 are the best voice actors in Fatal Frame.
That was Mr. Takamine. So he did come here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Ghosty. No. Shooting ghosts. Circle. Well, so far the ghost is visible. We'll see if the ghosts start screwing up later. They can.
I captured a ghost
I
with
did
this
it.
camera.
I
This
kept-
camera has the power to expose things the normal eye can't see. Remember the incident from which
How am I supposed to get a picture of that?
power to
It's not
capture
fair.
ghosts.
This camera has the power to capture ghost. I guess if I'd gone this way, I probably would have had a chance to capture that, but it's dark in here. Whoa! Stutter. The door to the entrance is open, but I'm sure it was just closed a while ago. Why not we get out of the house? Because we care so much about Mr. Takamine. Or whoever the hell. Actually, I think we are trying to leave. Yeah, we are heading out. This is the way out. We're not going to make it. Fatal Frame's ghosts are pretty good. I guess there's Ghostbusters.
It's been 2 weeks since I last heard from my brother. But he left a note
Hey, Johnny.
that led me to this place. I felt as though something was calling me here. Mafuyu.
Fuyu. The strangling ritual.
My brother was here. What is this place?
Hello.
Did someone just...
We have color now. Not a lot of color, but some color. Save the game. I really like all these texture remasters. I mean, better than nothing, you know. At least Tecmo is seemingly, I mean, they are getting us these, bringing back the Fatal Frames, but started from the newest instead of the oldest. Hello? Camera? Whoa. Not for you.
Did something happen to my brother?
Oh. I picked up my brother's camera and notebook from the floor. I found a new note inside Mafuru's notebook. Himuro Mansion investigation. Himuro Mansion was once the home of a large landowner that controlled vast areas of land. They also say that the site held some special significance that had to do with Shinto rituals of the region. I couldn't find any detailed books about these Shinto rituals, though. The last master of the Himuro family line massacred his entire household. Later, another family that tried to live there disappeared. Because of incidents like these, nobody visits the mansion today, and it lies in ruins. Maybe that's why there aren't any accounts of the Shinto rituals, and why the exact location of the place isn't recorded anywhere. December 24th. I've had a bad feeling ever since I came to this mansion. I'm leaving notes in this notebook just in case anything happens to me. I've got to find Mr. Takamine and the others fast. I hope it's not too late. I think it's too late. Hi. Man on beam.
Always more ropes.
More ropes, eh? Good to have hobbies. Is that help? Yes. There's a lion mask on the chest of drawers. Medicine. The thing about the first one, I think the first one has, like, is probably the least generous on resources as well, though. Bro's Shadow. Big bro. Where are you going? Why you go to Scary Mansion? Oops. No, I'm doing okay. Nikila. This door says it's locked. I hear something on the other side of the door. Maybe someone's in there. Hello? Someone chanting in there. At least they're having a good time, I guess. Man in screen.
Where have you both gone?
One thing about the improved textures in this game, it's really dark, so you're not gonna it's not gonna be as noticeable, I think. I mean, it's definitely noticeable, but...
Whoa!
Me? Duh. Oh.
Should I take a photo?
If you were to pull up the game, you would notice. Like, without any improvement. Of course, those lines are an emulator glitch, but it's fine. No folding screen in the photo. A door appears where the screen should be. No, it's not official. It's fan-made. See, look at that door's textures. They're so much better. It seems to be a hidden door behind the screen. Okay, here are you?
I can't find the key. Where is it?
That face, though. I mean, for me, it's very noticeable, but it's also very dark, so you can tell. Imagine companies supporting their games. I mean, Tecmo's doing it. They're just going backwards, I guess. But they do tend to put a lot of stuff on PC. Lately, anyway. Late yesterday, a human body with no limbs was found in Himuro Mountain, located in the southern region of the prefecture. The body's hands, feet, and head were all torn off. The police is investigating the case as both a murder and accident. The body has not been identified, but it is believed to be a man around the age of 30. The police is also taking into consideration the fact that a body mutilated in the same manner was found in the same location 15 years ago. Wandering man.
Kimono is coming.
Hello? Oh! They kind of bring this back, this whole see what happened to the ghosts in 5, but you touch them, you choose to like, touch them after you've defeated them. Whoa. Ice cream?
What was that?
We'll say it's easier to see than I'm used to, but that's probably just the emulator. Like, this game is really dark on PS3. It's covered with dust, but it seems to work. Audio tape has been left inside the tape recorder. The white tape 1. New. This Fatal Frame loves its notes. Go away, news. What am I doing? Why am I even doing that? Oh, I forgot about this whole little tree. That's kind of nice.
September
Memos.
9th, 5:40
Made in the
PM.
Blackwater's fine now.
The mansion was nowhere to
It
be
even has
seen on
mouse
the
support
map,
now.
so we finally
But
had to
reconfiguring
ask
the controls is
locals
a
how to
pain.
find it. They told us that Himuro Mansion had been
No,
empty for
Bayonetta is
several
nowhere near the
decades
amount
now.
of notes you're going to get in Fatal Frame games.
The same ones who told us where it was also warned us not to come here, which was quite disconcerting.
So disconcerting, you can hear it in my voice. Hello? Why are kimonos scary? Or whatever these are. Are they kimonos? Hello?
Going? Where have you both gone?
I missed them. Because I'm a potato. Looks like a small mirror stand, but the mirror is missing. Hello? Martian Gothic recordings are good. Dude, I actually wanna, like, find out who has the rights to Martian Gothic and look into seeing how an indie remake could happen. Ugh. Whoa, lines. Yeah, those lines are glitch. With the emulator.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
But the ghost is visible. Oh, usually the ghosts are completely invisible, so I fixed that. I must have gone too far with settings, I don't know. It's not too bad. White tape 2. It was worse in the cutscene than in the game itself.
September 9th, 9:40 p.m. It seemed dangerous to walk through the mountain at night, so we decided to spend the night here and continue our work. I've been through several rooms already. Unlike the
Yeah.
exterior, the
Emulator can
interior
make
is
these look
still in
good.
quite good shape. A little earlier, I thought I saw a white, shadowy figure of a woman in the hallway near the entrance. I'll keep track of such sightings and publish them in a later account.
You do that. Isn't there a sparkle in this corner? No, I guess not. Hello? Buy that thing. We know where that is. No boxes. Anything can be in a kimono box. Oh, that's the sparkle I saw, I guess. But this is a kind of a problem game for the emulator in general. It's always had issues with it. Ooh. Help me. You know what? I'm fine with it though. Oops. I wonder if it's going to be ghost dependent, because Or maybe it's going to be background dependent, whether we get these weird lines. Two and three emulate better than one. I don't really know why, though. The red hand mirror. Self-care. Self-care. Hello, man in closet. Well, standing man. I love the names. I mean, the names aren't wrong.
It's that person I just saw. The ropes.
He's been roped. You can see the faint shadow of ropes on the man's neck, arms, and legs. Got a small key, brass key. Whoa! Go away. I should have taken a picture of that. Oh wait, he's actually here. Missing. Oh, that's a good hit. A zero shot. Aren't I? I'm your self-care, right? Oh, that doesn't make sense, because I'm not you. And then it wouldn't be self-care. There's something shiny where the ghost once stood, a spirit stone. Camera. Performance. We will get maximum charge. Charge and range. That tape stopped mumbling. Type 37 film. Or whatever, that weird, creepy sound in the corner stopped. We finished off that ghost, I guess. Pause it, man. Are you here? Wait, I just did that. Why does the cutscene play after you open it instead of before you open it? I'm better than Callisti. I added that tag. I'll take it away eventually, but I don't know why. I just felt like putting that there. Oh. Nailed shut. I bonked my head on that lamp. I didn't even realize these had physics. Not very much, but they're there. Still block you, but kind of funny. Hello? Hello? Research scrap. Secret rituals of the Himura family. Many rituals and customs have been passed down through generations of the Himura family. Most of them are lost. The only things we have left now are some documents that record these rituals as a legend. Hardly any of the oral history remains. This is because all Himura family members are dead. And those who were close to the family have kept quiet about the ritual. One ritual in particular, performed on December 13th, is shrouded in mystery. People who lived near the mansion stayed inside on that particular day, and even now it is considered bad luck to leave the windows open on that date. I can only assume that this is due to the cruel nature of the ritual, but the truth remains unknown. Oh, Kuon's great. It's a sturdy-looking old desk. I mean, the biggest criticism of Kuon, I would say, is it's... being able to just heal for free after every fight does make it easy. Not the Surge. Man, I'm scared to play the Surge. I think I'm gonna hate it. And then you'll be sad. Oh? Where'd Shadow go? Hello? Mortis. Red Tape 1. Yes, I've played this before.
September 10th, 10:20 a.m.
It's my favorite horror
We
franchise.
discovered some disturbing photos.
It's the
in a
only
chest
one
of
where I can
drawers.
say every game is good. Well, besides
Could
Spirit
these be
Camera.
the folklorist's children mentioned
I
in
don't know if
Koji's
Spirit Camera
notes?
counts, though.
The photo is quite old and shows
And it might
some
even be a
kids
decent
playing
game.
tag.
I've never actually played it.
In the corner of the photo, there's a faint image of a young girl in a white kimono. Her finger is pointed this way, and her eyes look as if she's making some silent accusation.
Eyes. Red Notebook Scrap, August 20th. It seems a folklorist named Ryozo Munakata was studying about the various rituals passed down at Himuro Mansion. He supposedly left a book of research, but I can't find it anywhere. I wonder if there's a copy in the library somewhere. August 30th. I still can't find the book. I'll have Koji Ogata from the editing department do a search for it. I doubt he'll be able to find it, though. You gotta believe in Mr. Okata. Whoever that is. Just believe. Go. This is a closet, right? Oh. More film.
My instincts told me not to. There are rope marks on my body. Just like Koji.
Rope marks. Several pieces of paper on the floor. Looks like part of a notebook. August 27th. The more I find out about Himuro Mansion, the creepier it gets. I'm sure it's the perfect subject matter for Mr. Takamine's next book, but to be perfectly honest, I don't like this assignment one bit. It gives me a bad feeling. There's no way I want to go to that mansion, but it's my job, right? I guess I'll have to go, and I wouldn't want to waste the chance to work with Mr. Takamine just because of a little bit of uneasiness either. It doesn't help I have this sixth sense for the supernatural either. There's such a thing as knowing too much sometimes. So you know you shouldn't go, and then you go anyway. Taco Bell. Oh, yeah. You know you shouldn't go to Taco Bell, but you still go. Honestly, there's worse than Taco Bell. Eat that shadow. Grandma? The monster! At least the ghosts are visible these, like... Last time I tried to do this on the emulator, like a few years ago, the ghosts were basically just invisible. Are they, though? On the night of the third, the police received a report that 4 children failed to return home after 9 p.m. On the night of third. Third what? There is an old superstition in the surrounding villages about children being snatched away by ghosts, and some villagers indeed suspect that this is what has happened to the 4 kids. There are claw marks on the wall. You know, they're so much easier to see not playing on a PS3. You can see all these little details. Oh yeah, you! There are buttons with characters. This device must open the door. There's an engraving underneath. It's gouged, can only read some. I can just barely make it out. The Shinto ritual strangling and held on the day of from the gouged out words. I don't think I have the information yet. And I'm pretty sure the note that has it will, like, highlight in red important words. Or maybe it's a scrap. This hallway's awesome. Creepy hallways. September 10th, 8 p.m. I clearly saw the image of a woman in front of the mirror near the entrance. She had long hair and a white kimono. There were ropes tied to her arms and legs, and she dragged them along when she walked. I think I heard Koji talk about something like that too. There's something very wrong about this mansion. What a mansion. The darkness. Wonder what's the status of the darkness on the emulator. I really don't want to play a PS3 game on a PS3. It just sounds horrible. The darkness. Oh no, I don't mean the darkness in this game. The game The Darkness on a PS3 emulator. The Mystery of the Rope Maiden. Among the few documents found on the ritual, mention of the Rope Shrine Maiden is made many times. Her arms, legs, and neck are bound by 5 ropes. However, no document discussed the role she plays in the ritual. One theory is that she is a sacrificial lamb, but I find it hard to believe that such a cruel ritual was practiced. Playable. Yeah, some games have like no details or like one person played it, so... Something is wrapped around the handle. It won't move. It looks like hair. Tatami mat. Ooh. He's up there, Emma. No. Oh god. Oh. Yeah, this ghost was horrible when I couldn't see the ghosts. The ghosts in this game are kind of nasty too. Like, they're just fast. Get away. You're dead. Not spooky at all. Are you sure? Basement. No, I think we actually happened to be in a basement. What am I doing right now? We need that password for the whatchamacallit. The thingy. The puzzle thingy over here. Ghosts are spooky. Like, I've kind of hit that point where, like, no game really creeps me out anymore, but I will say the series that was the last one standing was the Fatal Frame series. Oh, there is a quick turn when you're in this mode. More film. Scroll among the false. The strangling ritual. Okay, this is the password. Strangling ritual. On the 13th day of the 12th month, a maiden cut off from the outside world for 3,669 long days shall be torn apart to provide power to the rope. Hmm? The Wandering Woman. September 11th, 6:30 a.m. I saw that woman in the white kimono again. She's trying to tell me something. She knows I have this special sense for ghostly things. The woman's name is Kyrie. So it's Kyrie, huh? I shouldn't get any closer than this. I don't want to get any closer. I'm scared. I'm scared. Some other place shown in the photo. I wonder what's there. Spirit Stone. More abuse. One thing the game never tells you, probably poor localization, I think, is that this is right to left instead of left to right. Right? No. Isn't that what this is, the thing? Okay. Is it 3? I don't remember how it works, though. No, that doesn't make sense. One, 2, 3. 4, 5. Maybe there's no 0. That would make sense. 9. Maybe I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3. Or maybe this is the wrong. Super Bowl. Or it could be 1312. 13th day, 12th month. What was the actual clue? I should just look at it. Shinto ritual strangling and held on day of. So 13th day. So it could be 1, 2, 1, 3. Or 1, 3. Puzzles. One, 3, 1, 2. Maybe this is 1. 1, 2, 1. Yeah, that, okay, never mind. 1. Okay. 1, 3, 1, 2. And there is a 0, and it is right to left. It's not left to right. So, yeah, it's easy to get stuck there just because they didn't tell you that in Japan they read the other way. Hello, little armor suit. Feel powerful presence from the back of the room. The seductress. Strong ghostly senses disappeared. Herbs. News article. The girl who has been missing for 3 days in the Himuro Mountain area and rumored to have been snatched away by ghosts has been found by a local man. She is fatigued but in good health. The police plan to wait for her recovery and ask her about the other 3 children. The girl's parents have also been missing the day after her disappearance. The police is looking for a foster home for the girl. Can't the police just raise her as one of their own? That'd be kind of funny. Doesn't seem to be anything here. But there is something here. Based on true story. Everything here really happened. Clearly. Old diary scrap. May 20th, we've finally gotten through the move to Himuro Mansion. I had a hard time cutting through all the red tape with the local officials, but just as I'd hoped, the air is fresh here. It should be good for Yai and in her poor health. My daughter, Mikoto, seems to like this area too. She's made friends here already, and it is enjoying herself. Yai seems to think this old mansion is spooky, but I plan to do some work on it. Make it easier for her to live in once I've settled in my research. The best thing about living here is that I don't have to go out to do my research. It's all here in this mansion. I can be right by Yai's side all the time. Go. The Surge is based on a true story. Really? You really like The Surge, don't you? Why are horror games so cozy? Is it just the creaky sounds and the slow pace and stuff? What is it about horror games? You know? You get that? Hello? Who there? I heard you. Somebody's here. Black's notebook scrap. September 13th, 9:30 a.m. We found Ogata's body. His head, hands, and feet were strangled off. What happened to him is just like the strange deaths that occurred here long ago. There was a photo of Ogata near him. In it, there was something that looked like ropes on his neck, arms, and legs. I wonder if it has anything to do with the rope shrine maidens in the legends around here. The girls that had ropes tied to their neck, arms, and legs, too. September 13th, 12:10 p.m. Tomoe is acting strangely. She's been mumbling nonsense all morning. Something about ropes and mirrors. I can't blame her for going to pieces, though, after seeing what happened to Ogata. She's fine. I'm sure she's fine. 5 stones document. Give thanks to the 5 gods. Protection. Place the stones representing the 5 mirrors in the correct location. Why? Door is closed fast. Mirror firmly curses probably unlocks the door, but it's broken. Eight megabyte memory card. Those were the days. You don't know if you should buy Hogwarts or Hitler BDSM. What the heck? I just pass, I think. What's the difference? Is this dude slowing down the frame rate? I kind of think he is. Either that or he's just slow. Maybe he's just slow. One is $60 and one is $6. Other than that, the gameplay is the same. There's some weird stuff on, like, out there now. Especially because Steam just kind of completely stopped censoring for the most part, unless it's, like, super extreme. Which was probably the right move, I guess, because it's not like they could keep up with it all anyway. Yeah. What are you trying to say? Yeah, there's no quality control, though. Yeah, there's a lot of shovelware. Or just garbage with stupid titles. To, like, get people to, I don't know. September 13th, 3 p.m. Tomoe's condition is getting worse and worse. She can't stop shaking, and she keeps mumbling the same words over and over. I don't know if what's happening is anything supernatural or not, but in any case, I think we'd better leave as soon as possible. Tomoe is in such bad shape, she can't even move. I guess I'll have to look for a way out here myself. Even if we waited for help, I doubt anyone would ever come looking for us. Someone did come looking, and now he dead too. $1 a minute? Red tape too. It's like that. Hello? Woman in pain.
September 11th, 8:16 p.m. We looked all over the mansion.
Yeah.
But we still couldn't
I did get the
find
Metroid
Koji.
Prime remaster.
While true that this mansion is huge, I'm
Although if I
certain we
play
would
it,
have found
I'd
him
probably
by
just
now.
use the emulator anyway.
Could we have already left? He's been saying something about more ropes since we took some photos yesterday.
It's that whispering in the background. I don't even think I really noticed these before. I don't know. Like the floor is so much... Yeah, that's definitely better texture than it used to be. You can tell. It's easier to tell out here. Woman in atrium. The aesthetics. It's the same aesthetic. Hello? Didn't I add copium? I thought I did. It seems like I add emotes and then the emotes get taken down or changed or something. Hello? Oh, this is your favorite? 3 is my favorite, so neither of us are favoriting 2. But society tells us 2 should be our favorite. Hey up. $600 emote slots? Are they animated emos? Maybe I'll try. No. Oh. That's your reaction? Oh. Yeah, but if I get 7TV, does that mean the viewers have to know about it as well? For it to work? Audio tape at my feet. And people aren't really used to 7TV, right?
September 12th, 9 a.m.
Is it catching on?
I found Koji. His death was just like the one in the mountain village. His head and limbs were severed.
Maybe I
can't
get
believe
7TV, but keep the others for a little while. As a transition. Go. Hello? Woman pulled in. The garden lantern in the photo is lit. So you would like some fire. Type 37. The FFC browser extension has the 7TV add-on. Dollies. Got it. No more talisman.
Key.
Woman turning. Oh. It's kind of a creepy room. Any room full of dolls is probably creepy though, you know? Red notebook scrap. September 12th, 1:45 p.m. My sixth sense is telling me some children are playing here. I can't see them, but they keep calling to me. Are they playing tag or hide and seek maybe? They might be the children in that photo. September 12th, 4:30 p.m. There were human heads in that room, so many of them. They were cut off by the Himuro family master. They were all trying to tell me something. I never should have come here. I should have trusted that sixth sense of mine. This room looks nice now. What the hell are you? Uh-oh. Children, no. Wait. Wait for it. Yeah. I'd say this game is still slightly chilling. As desensitized as I am these days. Oh? Wait. Where's your head? Oh, there it is. Is the game slowing down when I'm in... It might be. I think it is. I'm scared to change settings though because OBS will crash. It's not too bad. Yeah, Fatal Frame's the only series that I still think is kind of chilling or spooky. All the rest are... They just don't have the same level of sound design and spooky and atmosphere. Well, I mean, some do. Like, Silent Hill has really good atmosphere and sound, but it doesn't convey the same thing. Tomoe. Man turning. Rope maiden. something on the floor, a lighter. Several pieces of paper on the floor. Looks like part of a notebook. Black notebook. Scrap. September 14th, 10 a.m. That woman Tomoe called Kyrie looks like just like the descriptions of the rope shrine maiden in the legends. And there's a strong resemblance too between the way Tomoe and Ogata died and the manner of the deaths in the folklore. So that woman is the rope shrine maiden, is she? Let's go use the lighter. There's something inside the top heart of the garden lantern. The black carving. Alright, let's go. Woman hanging.
The children. Where have the children gone?
Where did they go? I don't know. Mirror like the one at the entrance. Maybe the mirrors in this mansion mean something. I mean, we're gonna die, I guess. Just like everything else in this mansion. Research scrap. The legend of the Holy Mirrors, the mirrors of the 5 gods. The Holy Mirrors held in 5 shrines in this region are most commonly known as the Mirror of the 5 gods. The legend tells that the 5 gods, before leaving this land, created these mirrors as a means of protecting the village. Some legends mention another mirror. The story is that all 5 mirrors were used together in a ritual to fend off a huge disaster. Whether this was known, or was the calamity or not, is not known. It is not known whether the ritual mentioned above is related to in any way to the one performed by the Himuro family, but there is the correlation of the mirrors. However, the actual existence of the legendary Holy Mirror, one complete mirror, has not been confirmed, and it is not known what the legend is based on. What if the whole legend was just based on memes, and somehow that created this haunted mansion? Whole news article. The girl who has been found after 3 days of mysterious disappearance has been adopted. Mr. Hinasaki, a close friend of Mr. Ryozo Munakata, also missing, will adopt the girl. The girl's parents were missing even after she returned, so the police was looking for a foster home or adoptive family. The girl does not remember anything from her disappearance, and the 3 other children are still missing. Yeah, so Miku here is adopted. You know, that is interesting. I guess that makes the whole Mafuyu thing a little less creepy. That comes later in the 5th one, but it's still weird. Oh wait, is Miku adopted, or is Miku the daughter of an adopted person? I don't know, I think Miku is adopted. Woman at corner. Oh, does 7 TV actually work? Like, I can't see it, but it's actually popping up on screen, huh? Oh, that's probably why we have a few conflicting emotes. Oh, the globally. Okay. So that means I, like, attached it to the chat box, huh? Well, I did something. What the hell is that? Oh, nothing. Hello? More lines. Oh yeah, that's some slowdown. I'm scared to fix it though. Because if I fix it, or if I try to fix it, I bet you OBS will crash. It's not really obstructing the game. If anything, it's making it easier, but... Red tape 4.
Since we met that girl, I've seen many strange visions.
I just have settings way too high or
All the
something,
ghosts in the mansion
probably.
howl and scream at me.
Fatal Frame 2 is easier to
I
emulate,
don't think they'll
so
ever
it
let
won't
me out
have
of
the
this
same
mansion.
problems.
I don't even know how long I can hold on to my sanity.
Sanity?
Anyway, I'm leaving this tape. If ever someone listens to this, please tell me what has
That
happened to
explains the
me.
horrible things I've seen.
But still, I hope it's just a dream.
Is it just a dream? Push ghost, the paralyzed.
Nothing dies down here.
Searches for a location of ghosts and tracks them automatically. Is that a lock on? It probably doesn't work very well if it is. The little girl in a white kimono keeps pleading to me. I can't keep my mind focused, but her voice rings in my head and won't leave. But what does she want me to do for her? I can't even get out of this mansion anymore. Broken 5 pieces of the mirror. Tell Mr. Takamine the way to break the curse. There's an engraving underneath, but it's gouged. Can you read some? I can barely make it out. The chosen maiden and purifies from the gouged out words. Nope, that was it. That's the other number from the first note. The game will always let you get 30 film from a save point for free. Well, not 30 film. It'll fill you to 30 of the weakest film. Hello?
Curse of the rope.
Curse of Rope. Looks like an old well. There's a lid and I can't see inside. Yep. The texture pack's pretty good. Like, the issues we're having are all just the emulator, and this game has always had problems. Stone mirror. With the emulator. Must hurry. There's probably some settings that I could fix a few of these things, but I don't. Last time I tried to change a setting, OBS crashed the stream, so we'll just play it like this. No, the emulator has problems with seeing the ghosts at all.
Tell him what?
I fixed that. But I've caused a few other problems. See, we've got some slowdown. I didn't realize Fatal Frame 1 had a tall lady. Is she supposed to be? Or maybe she's just... This is the report... what's her name now? The red lady. The lady from the... I don't know, I guess she's not that tall. It's just perspective. Okay. See this slowdown? That's probably my fault. And I would fix it, but yeah, last time I don't want to make OBS crash with everything again. The first few ghosts, though, like, the first few battles were normal speed. I don't know what's with these ones, besides maybe the background. It's just more going on, I guess. Maybe these are the HD ghosts. Actually, I think they're all slot spammers. Slots needs a cooldown. Audio tape. Blue tape 1. Yeah, but then, like, I can miss things in chat so easily with all the
September
slotsing.
3:20 p.m. I know this sounds crazy, but there's something here besides us in this mansion. I've seen it myself. It was a woman in a white kimono.
Kimono?
Something is definitely happening here. Have
Things
we
are
unknowingly
happening
awakened
here.
something? Or perhaps we've been lured here to die?
To die? Theory, Ross.
Under not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere? Top of the gravestone is a piece of notebook in a plastic bag. September 14th, 8 p.m. In the materials Tomoe gathered for me, there's a paragraph about 5 pieces of mirror passed down through the Himuro family for generations. These pieces were said to seal off the Hellgate and protect the region from a great disaster. They might have something to do with the current hellish situation. 5 holy mirrors in shrines around the area all broke in a small earthquake the other day, and I heard about it. It gave me the idea for this next work of mine. I think I brought a news article about it with me when I came here. It says there were only 5 holy mirrors in existence, but according to some legends, there is another, the true holy mirror. The folklorist also mentions this in his research. The documents are his research documents, the ones I found here in the mansion.
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Benyo, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? This isn't the first time I've played all the Fatal Frame games before. I think I dropped the research documents somewhere when I was trying to escape that cursed woman. Here are my theories. I think that the 5 mirrors that were destroyed in the earthquake the other day have had the role of watching over the true holy mirror. I don't think it was the earthquake that broke the 5 holy mirrors in the shrines. I think it was a signal that the seal on the Hellgate that the Himuro True Holy Mirror provides had broken for some reason. The 5 mirrors were trying to warn us. A lot of typos in this game and proofreading errors. Hello? Monkey? Some of the emulator glitches give away things, but it's okay. It's better than not seeing the ghosts at all. The Warped Man. Fatal Frame 3 is what I think is the best one. Standing Man.
Just one more. Just one more Buddha statue. And
The statue.
mirror will be.
I mean, you can still use a controller for the PS2 games. Oh, puzzle. Killzone? Killzone has a PC version, doesn't it? Or am I thinking something else? No, I'm thinking something else. Never mind. Not Killzone. I don't know. Black carving inserted. Blue tape 2. There are 4 Buddha statues and some kind of pedestal in front of a small shrine.
She's the last maiden.
Well, if you try to use like mouse and keyboard with the emulator, the mouse will be kind of emulating a analog stick, so it's a little weird. Nope. Fatal Frame 2 won't have nearly as many problems on the emulator as this game can have. Whoa, this guy's got a lot of line issues for some reason. There's like settings that are meant to fix this kind of stuff. We're getting a lot of slowdown in here too. Like, I'm sure I could just lower some setting and like it would smooth out, but I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to like crash the whole stream again. Yeah, the audio is just because of the slowdown. And this one is slowing down a lot. True horror. I'm not really sure why it's slowing down this much right now. It picked up again there, like a little bit there. Like, I'm not really sure what the issue is. I'm going out here. Don't want to die. Well, you're supposed to be able to see the ghost. And this emulator has issues where you can end up not seeing the ghosts. It's run invalid. It's okay. I think I know what setting is causing the problem too, and I can fix it. Some Shinto gate somewhere shows in the photo. It's right in front of us. If I stop capture for a second. Buddha statue.
At the Shinto gate.
I'm about to go to the shrine deep within the Himuro mansion, where they say a piece of the true holy mirror is kept. The curse has already left its mark on my 4 limbs. There's no escaping it. About the only thing left now that I can do is try to reseal the Hellgate. It's my last hope. I've already found 4 of the Buddha statues. I need to get a piece of the mirror, and I've managed to find an old document that tells of the location of the 5th statue. Replay anime Dark Souls. Oh, Code Vein. Make observance to the Buddha at the base of the large gate so that the souls of the piteous maidens can reach up to the heavens. If all goes well, no one will ever have to read these notes, and I can use them toward the content of my next book. In closing, I would like to thank my assistant and my partner, Tomoe Hirasaka. If it weren't for the words she left with me, I wouldn't have been able to complete this, my final work. If I don't return, please give her a decent burial. Signed, Junsei Takamine, September 15th. Here, what I'm going to do, we'll close that real quick. Please, OBS, be good. Am I still here? I am. Okay. And then I'm going to turn down some stupid setting that I probably have on way too high for no reason. Where is... if I can find it. Oh wait, I'm not in the right settings. Ooh, where are you? Game properties. Graphic. What did I do? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. I'm here still, right? I'm still here? I'm still here? Okay. I'm still here.
That boulder punching asshole!
Another Buddha statue appears. Oh yeah, I need the Buddha statue. It's over here, I think. Isn't it like down here or something? Nothing at the base here, so the other base then. Whoa. Headless Buddha. 5 Buddha document. Bury the rope maiden's spirit. Place the 5 Buddha with her damaged limbs. Okay. I put the Buddha head with the damaged head between the other 4 Buddha statues. The pedestal opened and revealed 3x3 grid of holes. Oops. A row of Buddha statues appears. Whoops. No leg there, no leg there, no arm there, no arm there. No? Okay. No head there. Oh, it's the top. No leg. No leg. No. There we go.
Is this the holy mirror? It's just a piece of it.
Oh. Oh. Oh, hi there. Oh, that's Mother. No. I want your pain. Blair Witched. Is that rope pulling thing in Blair Witch? Like, I've never seen the movie. Uh-oh.
The rope? No.
Get back to Demon Tag. These look nice. Even though the emulator puts some awkward lines in them.
That mirror. Give it back.
That was weird to me though. Like, these issues have been in Fatal Frame for years on the emulator and they still haven't fixed it. Like, it's been known. A scroll shows in the photo. It looks like it's a picture of Demon Tag. What's the difference between Demon Tag and Tag? Mafuyu's note. I must have been passed out. I'm afraid it's too late to help Mr. Takamine. If only I had come too sooner. The spirits in this mansion are very powerful. The force behind this curse must be here somewhere. And I'm going to start looking for it right now. Put Mafuyu's note in my file. Mafuyu, now I know you're here somewhere. There are 4 dolls on a stand with a drawer in it. The drawer seems to be locked. Who? Doll head? Spirit's Town? Are any of these even... I don't remember any of these mattering much. Slow is probably decent, or paralyzed, but... Lady's Diary Scrap. June 10th, Mikoto really seems to like this mansion. She's playing demon tag with her here with her neighborhood friends again today. I guess a big mansion is the perfect place for kids to play, but for people in my sickly condition, it's a little bit too big. June 15th. Today was a wonderful day. My husband and my daughter and I took a walk in the mountains. I'm feeling pretty good these days, and I was even able to walk quite a distance today. I had so much fun. So much fun. Yeah, what's the difference between demon tag and tag? Jesus, you're fast. Well, I missed that one. At least I could see it this time, though. Like, on the PS3, I had no idea what it was, I think. Hello? Dark.
Oh my god!
Okay, not as much slowdown, but there's still a little. Whoa, maybe not. Maybe she is still fast. Jesus. Yeah, it's not as bad. I'm sure I could make it run better too, but this is reasonable, I think. Mostly. What the? Get away from me. Well. What's my current objective? I don't know. Probably go this way. The dude... Well, cameras have always been kind of one of those things, like... It's like they reveal... I don't know. Or they can, like, take a picture of your soul or something. I don't know. Stuff like that kind of has always been kind of like certain kind of lores, but... That kid was fast. So... I don't know, dude developed a camera that could see ghosts and photograph them, and it harms them. Still got slowdown. Just not as much. People. They're not dead. He's spinning. What is he doing? I'm not used to being able to really like see what they look like in this game. At least not well, anyway. Oh, I still have a stone mirror. I should probably let one of the mirrors get used or something. I do wonder why this game has so many problems with the emulator, but like 2 does not. When they're so similar. 3 doesn't have the problems either, really. I think the only thing I've noticed with 3 is you can have a shadow issue. Hello? Spookies? Oh yeah, it's just you, the stone mirror again. Vengeance in Wall. Kind of weird. When I was like closer to it, the indicator went away, and then I got further away and it came back. No more talisman. Kid running away. Kid is fast. Why kid's so fast? Attack 37. Meds. The Shinto ritual blind and held on the day of... Wait, isn't this... What? I think it might have changed. Let's try the old one again. Yeah, okay. So many notes. It's gonna be in here anyway. Buddha statues? No. I probably don't have it though. Nope. We don't have it. Ghost paparazzi. Okay, where do I go now? We'll try this way. Nope. Okay. Squeak, 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 squeak. from the other side. Wait. Monk out of dark. Looks like a little face just in the texture of the wall right there. That's probably just coincidence, though. We gotta find our... a note or something that has the password. In this room, yeah, when like earlier when you... Oh yeah, that's what's happening. You're going further into the past each chapter, aren't you? So there's no hole in this floor anymore and the house looks a little nicer. At least I think that's what's happening. Can't remember. Blind Demon Ritual. Okay, here we go. On the 26th day of the 11th month, in preparation for the strangling ritual 10 years later, choose a maiden with holy power. She should be past the age of 7 years, 9 months, and 25 days. So if you sacrifice someone who is 7 years, 9 months, and 24 days old, the whole thing just falls apart. You know? Who needs a knife? Hi, cat. Oops. I'm doing all right. Cat's gonna start begging for food. When are they gonna start doing like ray tracing mods for emulators? It's gonna happen, right? Wait, what was that? What did it say? Shinto ritual blind and held on day of. $26. 10/26. Zero, 2. Blind and... Oh, Shinto ritual blind held on day of. Maybe it just means 2611 or 1126. Just the day of. I will do 1, 2. There it is. 2611. Demon tag. Demon tag. Hello? Sadako? Are you in there? Oh. Go away. Meow. What the? I will say the slowdown makes it easier. Look at it. It looks better than they usually do. Poor kid was stuck in a well. I don't remember who this is. Something shows in the photo. Mikoto, hurry. Like the photo, there's a blue stone on the well, the blue carving. Something shows in the photo. Put the photo in my files. Oh, what's slotsing again? I probably don't have to go back up here. Not really sure why I am. Maybe I do. I don't know. No, this is broken now, I think. Oh, never mind, it's not. I can go back. But I don't think there's anything here. Oh, there's this. Tormented ones. I don't understand why more games don't do this control scheme, though, where you just... At least with the fixed camera, not that anyone makes those anymore, where you just... If you're holding run, you don't have to hold forward. I mean, you could still do that with over the shoulder, too. It's so much nicer. And you never screw up like running in a straight line, really. Yes. Hello? Oh, it's blind lady. Oh, did that miss? My eyes. That's some slowdown. I think what I did to fix the ghosts, so we can actually see them, might actually be the cause. One here. Ah! It's not fair. Also, when I'm setting graphic settings on like emulators, I always kind of overestimate how powerful my PC actually is. Because I think, oh, it could do anything to a PS2 game, right? Right? What just happened to the floor? I don't think this is what's supposed to happen to the floor. It wasn't like that earlier. That texture just load improperly? I think it did. Okay, we're not going there right now. This room still looks fine. I wonder what happened to that room then. That's so weird. Oh well. I'm sure it'll figure itself out eventually. There's always kids chanting in the background of this game. Like every game used the same door sound, I think. I did it. I don't know, these doors are pretty creaky. I'm not sure they're the same as RE's doors. Probably depends on the door. Bros, a shadow. Something shows in the photo. That's outside. Mafuya's note. The mansion has started to change. As far as I can figure out, the ghosts are trying to pull me back into the past. The spirits are using their power to make parts of the mansion revert to the way they were in the past. The ghosts of that era are beginning to stir. Just what exactly happened in this mansion anyway? And just what do the ghosts want me to do about it? They want you to die. Or do they? Oh, yeah, the floor fixed. I don't know what happened to it earlier, but it's back. Back to normal. Hanged woman. Hmm? My daughter, she was only playing demon tag. But what is demon tag? Is it just tag? Slow down. It's kind of funny though, because like in this game especially, it was really hard to see what these ghosts look like, and now it's quite easy. It's pretty cool. I could try to fix the slowdown a little more, though. I probably should, but... I kind of don't mind right now for some reason. Sacred water. This thingy. Stone emitting purple light. It's stuck on top of the... Okay, purple carving. And a stone mirror, which we still have one. basement. Basement. Hello? Observatory man. What the frick? How am I supposed to catch that one? There are candles lined up in front of the box. Okay. Other side. Squeaky floor ASMR. Game does have squeaky floors. Demon tag. Yeah, you can get attacked in save point rooms, and the save point turns off when that happens. Duh. No. Wrong. Did I just do the same thing? I think I did. What? I can't. Oh, yeah, you can never move those two dark lines. Or three dark lines, I guess. So in order to make this work, that needs to go like... This doesn't work, does it? Because... No, it doesn't. This needs to get over there. No, that's too many more. There's too many. This is the hard one of the bunch. What on earth am I even doing? So the fastest way this can get hit over there is to the right, so... And this needs to get up. Okay, so this... This... Yeah, this'll work. Hello? Mafuyu.
It's Mafuyu.
Mafuyu. Apparently, like, the feedback they got on this game was like nobody finished it because they were scared. Something like that. When this game came out, it probably was the scariest game. Can't think of anything else that would have been scarier at the time. Blackwater. What game is... Oh, Maiden of the Blackwater. The Maiden of the Blackwater is the least creepy Fatal Frame. But that tall lady's kind of creepy. A huge door is in the way. It doesn't seem to open. Maybe it's locked. Yeah, 5 is by far the least creepy Fatal Frame. I still like it, but it's... You know. A mask with stakes in it appear next to the pillar. Research scrap. The ritual masks and their meaning. In the Hamuro rituals, masks play a very important role. One of them is called the Blinding Mask, which is used in the Demon Tag ritual. 2 stakes pierce through the eyes of the Blinding Mask. It is used in the Demon Tag ritual as a blindfold. The legend goes while the demon is blindfolded, enter the rope altar and perform the ritual. This might mean that the Blinding Mask is a key to the rope altar. So Demon Tag has the person who is it is blinded, I guess. Is that how it works? Doesn't seem fair. The waifus. down. You could mix waifus with scary. I think it's just... I don't know exactly what it is with 5. Like, what make... Like, there are parts of 5 with really good atmosphere that are... But... Only the red candles in the photo are lit. But none of them match 1 through 4. 1 through 4 just have this kind of constant oppressive, creepy atmosphere going that just kind of like gets to you, I suppose, over time. Like, it doesn't stop. Yep, need more blood. Well, like 5 kind of has that, but at times it doesn't. Yeah, there's an element of randomness with the ghosts, I think. Well, they're not like necessarily random, but like what they do. Well, there is randomness, but the way they fight you is going to be different every time, for the most part. But one thing, I mean, 5 has the most generous camera when it comes to seeing everything around you as well. Whereas 1 through 3 are fixed camera. 4 is behind the back, but there's a lot of blocking, I guess you could say, by the character model and stuff. That's... You hear that little whisper? I don't know what it said, but it's pretty creepy. The first 3 were really good at that, like the little things. You don't hear as much of that stuff that you don't even know what you heard. Yeah, it was in Japanese, but 5, it doesn't have as much of that, like, stuff, like... And it doesn't repeat itself, like, you don't know what you heard, essentially. Or you get, like, one chance to catch it, I guess. Only the red candles are lit. Then you got, like, the sounds of, like, the doors closing behind you after a while and stuff. It's just all really well done, I guess. I wonder what I can do to fix this kind of, the lightings, or there's just these weird little graphics things I've caused. Or, I don't know if I've caused all of them. Like, because Fatal Frame 1 is the hardest one to emulate. 4 is good. I have 4 with the English translation patch, and I've played it a couple times. 4 is good. It is a bit... I have a feeling, though, like, the only thing that kind of made 4 challenging at all, I would say, is probably the controls. So I don't know what they will have done to deal with... Because it's not on the Wii anymore, you know, so it's going to be easier to control by a lot. So I don't really know what they've done to deal with the with that, if anything. Because the lock-on in that game in 4 is very generous, because it has to be, because you're using a Wiimote with gyro aim, and like it's not even pointing aim, it's gyro aim. I don't know. So it's yeah. I shouldn't have done that. Damn it. I was on the right track over there, but I have to fix this side first. Oh, that was dumb. Damn it, me stupid. That's not gonna work. What am I doing? Door unlocked. Scroll. Hello? This is kind of cheating with this slowdown. It's not even like the ghost on screen, it's only it's like the first person. It's the only time it's happening. It is. But we can admire the ghosts. I think the next thing will be a remaster of the Wii version of 2. Considering they just did 4. And that's not what people are going to want. But that's what I think is next. Because that's the easiest one. Why not 3? Well, it's either a remaster of the Wii version of 2 or a bundle of 1 through 3. But I think the more likely is the remaster of the Wii version of 2. And 1 and 3 are only on the PS2. Well, there's an Xbox version of 1, but... I mean, they just did 4, so they've already set up the control scheme and all of that for porting the Wii remake of 2. Like, it's going to be the most similar to 4 that they have. So that's why it's next. It's the easiest one. That's just my prediction. I don't really know if they'll do that, but... I mean, it makes the most sense. Wait. Here, I'll try to improve the slowdown a little bit after this ghosty. Yeah, but it's not going to be the original 2. It's going to be the remaster, or the Wii version of 2. Is what I think. There are Xbox versions of 1 and 2 as well that have some enhancements that were not in the original 1 and 2. Did my controller fall asleep on me there? What was going on there? It was like stuck. I don't think it fell asleep. What? I shot you. Ghost possessed controller. Play. Where did you go? Oh god. There are extra endings on the Wii version, yeah. Or at least one. I think there's 2. Also different voice actors. They're British. British Mio and Mio. Mio. I don't know if the Xbox version also had the extra endings, though. Ghost wants to play. But see, we don't have any slowdown when there's no ghost on the screen. So, yeah. Okay, let me try, okay, let me remove this again so we don't crash the OBS because it's dumb. Let's see if we can do a little bit of something. This is the thing. I think it's the thing that fixed the ghost that's causing it, but we'll try it for... We'll see. We'll see if we can still see the ghosts. Hello? Oh, there's... No. There's still slow down with ghosts on screen. What happened? No, I was just fixing it. I just didn't want OBS to crash. Or I'm trying to fix the slowdown that's happening. F? What F? Are you sure? No, it's fine. I can see the stream still on. No F. Oh. No F. F for fail more. heck, kid? Too fast. Too fast. What's this? What even created, like, is that... What little bot did we have that said that? Fail, fail again, fail better. Beepo? Ladies, diary scrap. June 18th. That camera seems to have some kind of uncanny power. It can capture things that aren't even there. Makoto begged me to let her have the camera back. I don't understand the things that camera captures, but I know I can never let Makoto see them. I have to protect her. Something terrible is going to happen. I can feel it. Realms of the Haunting? That's the Dr. Failmore game. Muerto game? Dawn of Fear. Type 74? Wow. That's a big number. The hell was that noise? It's the kid running around, I think. It's a creepy track. Upscaled clock. Yo. It's a kid. Slowdown is still happening, so I didn't fix that. See, as soon as the ghost is off, it's back. When the ghost on screen, it slows down again. So we can see the ghost, which is better than what the emulator used to do, but... Ghost? Where'd you go? You're not dead. Oh, okay. Mirror piece. Wait, what the hell's that? Rolling down the stairs. Somebody's head? Clock stopped at 11:45. Child's writing. Isn't Makoto ever going to come find me? We're playing demon tag, and she's supposed to be the demon. Did she quit? Maybe. Hey, I wonder if Makoto likes me. If she ever comes and finds me, maybe I'll just ask her. Forgot what I do now. Me not know. Wait, what did we just get from that? Did we get an item from that? Or did we unlock do like a photo unlock? Yeah, it was like this thing. Whatever that is. I don't know. Hello? That's the rope hallway? Yeah, it's definitely the mix of the ghosts in first person. At least Fatal Frame 2 won't have this issue, though. I know that much. Or 3. But I wanted to make the game look nice. There probably is a setting that'll fix this, though. Or at least improve what's happening. Whoa! He's creepier now. I can actually see it. Hello? What are you doing? Oh? Why is vengeance in my rafters? Damn your camera. No, I'm too late. No. Freeze now. Looks like the ghosts of the women with the gouged out eyes react strongly to sounds. If I'm really quiet, I can get away without being noticed. Quite a good, thanks for 28 months. Oh, stone mirror. Mikoto. A key in the photo. It's specifically like any ghost is causing slowdown. Or any kind of whatever effect they used. You know, it's struggling with. The emulator, I mean. Herb? Duh. Dolls. where do we need to go now? My brain don't remember what I'm doing. I don't think we actually have that key though. Let's go over here. No, at some point we need the doll. I don't remember. It's probably the one I've played the least of the Fatal Frames. Pictures. I don't think it's out here. Whatever I'm doing. I actually don't remember. Yeah, that one's broken. We're not going here. That key was... What door was locked that I needed to go through? It might be back that other way. Damn it. Miku. This wire here. Did the cats put that there? It's weird. No, wait, out here is the mask, so no, it's definitely not out here. Locked from the other side. Okay, I need to go back to the observatory area. I went the wrong way. I shouldn't have gone through that little door. Spookies. Hello? See, it's stuff like that. I think that's what 5 is missing the most of. Just the random... just sounds. Oh, I'm maxed out on 37? Fine. More slow down. What's weird is the first couple ghosts didn't slow down, and I'm not really sure why. That... It's definitely the ghosts. Well... Random Fang. No, I'm doing okay. Some other place shows in the photo. Okay. Yeah, getting your picture taken is scary. The ghosts are actually scared of us. It's not the other way around. Where's that spot? RE4. I'll play it. I'm not like exactly excited for it, but I'll play it. It's not just any camera. It's an old camera made by some weirdo, okay? Oh?
These photos. They're exactly the same as the ones Mom took. Were they taken with this camera?
Beepo? Lady's diary scrap. June 24th, Makoto is missing. She said she was only going to play demon tag here in the mansion. I don't think she would have gone outside. She had that camera with her. None of Makoto's 4 friends have come home either. It's as if they've all been snatched away by ghosts. June 27th. It's been 3 days since Makoto was snatched away from us. Everything has been so strange ever since we moved to this mansion, ever since we got that camera. If I lost my sanity now, too, I wouldn't have to think about it anymore. I could be free. I can see them. I can see them now, even without the camera. Demon souls. It's the camera obscura. Door won't open. The bronze key.
It can't be. How can a camera expose something that doesn't even exist?
Doesn't exist. Big Koto. Yep, here we go again with the slowdown. Or, oh, could be the easy mode. Wait. Why? Hi there. Shotgun is always the answer. What about a camera obscura, like, shotgun? Wouldn't that just be... I guess that would just be a wide-angle lens. I don't know.
I came to research the Himuro family's secret ritual because this blinding mask is the key to the door.
Oh, really?
The altar's got to be behind this door.
Found the folklorist research documents inside the safe. Mask of Reflection. The mask worn by the Himuro family master is called the Mask of Reflection. The legend goes it can become the face of an angel or a demon, meaning its facial expression reflects the nature of the one who is wearing the mask. Inside the Himuro mansion is the mask room, where all the masks used for the ritual are kept, and the Mask of Reflection serves as its key. The document mentioned that the mask, when worn by the master, turned into the face of a demon at the last ritual. Oh, I actually got him? See, now we're starting to not see the ghost as much, though. Okay, hold on. Do one more change. Since the one change I made didn't make the game run better.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
I will make it so we can... Oops. Keep doing that. Game properties. That. I'm just seeing if there's anything else I can change real quick. Trying to think what would actually be taxing my... It's probably CPU to this extent. Not really sure. Definitely still slow though. Hello? Yeah, they haven't... I mean, these games are very Japanese horror, but they could always make one set somewhere else if they want, I guess. It's Miko's mom. Whoa.
Why? What happened?
What happened? What happened? Big cat? Trying to decide if it's worth getting up to beg for food right now. Or if she should just lie back down. I mean, they could set a game anywhere if they want, but it just, I think, like, the part of the identity of Fatal Frame is kind of this, so... So I'm not sure it'd be a good idea for them. I don't know. We don't even know if we're going to get a 6 or a new Fatal Frame. I mean, considering they I think they sold fairly well, so the remasters, so I think there's a decent shot. Well, Tecmo has no reason to make a spiritual successor. They can just make a successor. They can just make a new Fatal Frame. I mean, there's a Fatal Frame in Indonesia. Sort of. It's the, Dread Out. And that one you can just use a cell phone to take pictures. Italy? I don't really think... Yeah, but that's like... I don't know if that religion matches, though. I mean, it could. You could do it. It's just... I don't know. Kagero? What are the Kagero games? No, it's not. It might be maybe Korea, but I don't think Japan. Pretty sure it's not. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know. Oh, this floor got screwed up again. Sort of. Oh, maybe not. Well, part of it did. I don't know. What is Kagero Deception? Is it related to Fatal Frame somehow? I know there's Spirit Camera. That's the only, like, spin-off Fatal Frame game I know of. How could this be? I voice act. How could anyone do this?
Mom!
How is it not? What's the diff? It's still a religion. Slow down. Like, if I switch the renderer, it'll speed up. See? Then it won't look anywhere near as good either. I don't know. Guess we're just gonna play it like this. Oh, were those older games, like PS1 games? Wait! You're functioning properly now. What fixed it? Mikoto. I have no idea why this is fixed. I didn't do anything. I just toggled the, all I did was toggle the renderer on and off. And now it's fixed. Well, maybe that's the fix. Every time it screws up, just do that, I guess. A row of dolls shows in the ghost photo. So are those games that were never released outside of Japan? Why have I not...
Where did my daughter go?
Where'd my daughter go? Death Note. Dear Ryozo, it's all my fault. It's all because I let Makoto use the camera that day, and now evil spirits have gone and taken her away from us. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Not bad. I killed our family. Demon Tag Girls photo. Family photo. Kyrie photo. Face and trap enemies. I don't know. I could look at it. Are they horror games? It's so strange that this fixed. Or maybe my settings weren't changing until I toggled the renderer on and off. Or at least not completely. is in front of the back? Huh? You in front of the back? Or is this whole row back here the back? Who's in front of the back? Oh, okay. So back. Who's in front of the back? I feel like I used to understand that. Now I don't. I don't know why, though. Angry mask. Uh... 'I remember where we take this. I remember the area. I don't remember how we get in there. Hello? Ghost has some drums, I guess. What's he doing? It's probably out here. No, there it is. It's so weird that, like, the frame rate's fixed now when I... Yeah, I don't know. If only I'd thought of doing that earlier. It's fine now. Damn you! Maybe I should slow them back down again. It hurts. $36,000 points. Bonus function. Searches locations for ghosts and tracks. Okay, I don't know how that works, but maybe it's interesting. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't even know what button you use to make that happen. Blocked from the other side. Where does Angry Mask go? I really don't remember. Like, I remember the mask area, and I kind of know where it is in the mansion, but I don't remember what I'm supposed to do now. It's down. Oh, it's back here, actually. No, wait, not here. It's, past the rope hallway. Where the hell was the rope hallway? Yeah, it's back at the entrance. Downstairs. It looks very similar to that hallway, but... Brain started working. Probably won't last, but... every so often, brain turns back on. Oh. Upside down lady's back, I think. Run! Here we are. How many chapters are in this game? I know it's not very many, it's like 3 or 4. They're just long chapters. Or it's broken up in days, I guess. Take the mask. My mask. At least the frame rate's fixed. And I don't know what broke it, and I don't know what fixed it. Talking ghosts. It looked like one ghost to me. A hall wanderer. Pillar with a mask hanging on a photo. Can't take that mask, I guess. Sad mask. Oh, sad. Type 74.
Blinding mask must be somewhere in this mansion.
Oh, really? The voice acting in this game is just... it's something. The masks and their significance in rituals. The binding ritual and the demon tag ritual are performed by the Himuro family master. The master wears a mask when he performs the ritual. This is probably to eliminate the maiden of all worldly connections. All participants of the ritual are family members, meaning the one who is sacrificed and the one who performs the sacrifice may be directly related. My theory is that the mask served to eliminate the maiden's attachment toward her family, gouging out the eyes of the demon in the blind demon ritual may have a similar meaning. It's always nice to show you love your family by stabbing their eyes out. Hello?
What's that?
Huh?
What was that?
It's dark. Oh god. When this ghost is actually working correctly, she's very fast. shows. I mean, this one's especially stilted. Like, the voice acting's just... Everyone's just monotone. It's kind of weird. Like, they're better in 2 and 3. But this one? Yeah, it's I guess they didn't want to sound bad, and they just ended up doing... Like, you know, when you try to act and you don't know how, so you just sound dumb. Guess they didn't want to do that, probably. I don't know, and they just kind of ended up monotone. Who knows? Who knows? I don't knows. Happy mask. But 2 and 3, it's fine. I don't know if Miku in 3 is the same voice actor or not, though. I felt some especially powerful energy off of that woman in the white kimono. I think she's probably the one behind the mansion's curse. I have... Ugh, what the hell, chair? I have to appease her spirit somehow before anyone else falls victim to this mansion. I have to find out what exactly is keeping her drawn back to this world, and why did she let me go when she had me? I wonder, maybe that has something to do with it. Mafuyu. Give me happy mask. Wait. It's hard to know sometimes. I mean, it's probably both. But. Some other place shows on the photo. Okay, we have unlocked this door. Go ahead and save here. Grab the film first. Alright. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back.
I never saw him again.
Uh-oh. Game's trying to escape. Easy sec. I know. Every Fatal Frame does that. It's cool.
Whoa!
Hmm. This one isn't. It's just the one of these I have trouble with. Hello? Yay. No. Oh, there goes one. Don't be scared. I need to get a new spirit stone, but luckily there's a whole bunch of them available. I've only used one. Wow. Don't want to die. Hikoto. Seems to be locked. Don't want to use too much of the good films. Well, the medium films, I guess. Oh, not that way. the masks. Need a mask. Happy mask. 1080. What 1080? The game? I don't know what resolution the textures actually are. I mean, I'm playing the game at 1440. No, the mask I want is on that door, so I want to go through here. This whole mask puzzle is pretty good, I'd say. No, wait, it's in a different spot in town. I could have gone through either door. Okay, well, whatever. It's fine. Pretty paper-shaped lamp is lit. Walls are glazed. The whole room is beautiful. See, on the PS3 or PS2, you can, like, barely see this room. It's still dark, but it seems fine now, you know? Did something... Yeah, go up there. There you go, Miku. Got the blinding mask. There are huge stakes through the eyes. Maybe it was supposed to be used somewhere else. Perhaps. Perhaps. We shouldn't have come here. Why did we do this? Don't want to die. I just realized wait. I'm gonna go through anyway. What am I doing? Why do I still have... What am I trying to do right now? I'm not even sure. I think I want the other door outward. I think I want to go this way. There's probably no reason to take the mask down, though. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, what am I doing? Uh-oh, drum lady. We gotta go to use the spiky mask. Hey, Dog Dad. Well, it sounds like she's got drums. Jesus! How did you get there? There's also a bassist here. Whoa. The textures in this room are like different every time I come in here. Every other room is fine, but this one, I don't know what this is. I want to go grab that mirror stone out here. It was on a forum, like, what's the forum called? I mean, I just Googled it, really, like, Fatal Frame HD Texture Pack, and it was like GBA temp or something is, I think, what the forum was, or the site was. They have a lot of games people have made, like Haunting Ground, Kuon, Fatal Frame, some Resident Evil stuff. Granted, this texture doesn't always load correctly, this specific one. But I don't know why. Most of them seem to be fine in this game. Run, Miku. That door is still locked. What door is that? Not sure. One. There's blood in the water, but why? Uh-oh. This is not where I need to go, and how did she... She kind of teleported. She cheated. What the hit me while I'm opening a door. Go away, I need to leave. I didn't mean to go here.
Are you still following me?
Avisaurus, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no iframes on door open. Oh, there's a stone mirror here too. I need to remember that. The proper way to go is over here. I think. What the hell happened to you? Two? There's only three, right? Are there only 3 nights? There's a 4. Or is it like 3 nights and then like final night or... Yeah. Yeah, we're still on Demon Tag, but I think Demon Tag's like at the end. Whoa, earthquake. Earthquake. Yep, PS2. You know one thing I'm surprised by? We haven't seen companies like do remasters that are just like using the emulator. Just like baked in, you know? Just maybe patching the emulators if needed. How am I using the texture pack? I'm using the emulator. Which, the emulator is not a fan of this game, but got it mostly fine. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Yeah, this is Fatal Frame 1. Whoa! Mikoto. This guy's a bastard. He teleports all over the damn place. Mikoto. Mikoto.
The blinding mask is the key to the door.
The Binding mask. I know it's the key. That's why I went and got it, then brought it back here. This is the Fatal Frame game where you can run out of heals very easily. I wonder if Blind Lady's gonna show up here. She probably will. It would make sense. Oh dear. Oh, hello. He's here, alright. Should move. She's gonna turbo. I didn't get her? Oh, you die fast in this game too, Jesus. Big film. This is after the masks. The mask, yeah, when you gotta put all the masks in that one room.
The blinding mask.
Yeah, we just put the binding mask here. Or we are putting the binding mask here. Big door. Now I will go through the smoke and dead. Bye, monotone guy. Big door. A lot of sacrifices in Fatal Frame stories. And rituals.
It's another piece of the mirror.
Uh-oh. Kyrie. We can't do anything to her right now. We can take a picture of her, I guess. This one, the first 3 are in the 80s. Actually, the first 4 are in the 80s. And 5 is like probably around 2005 is when it probably takes place. Fatal Frame 4 is the earliest. It's like 1980 is when it takes place. Now we're on the next day. We need more rope burns, or lines, or whatever. Big door. Each day she goes further into the past of this building. That's how this game works. This place, I'm pretty sure Mafuyu went through that door. It actually didn't switch chapters yet, did it? Oh. Munakata. What was the... No. Is this like the first point in the game where you have more than one ghost on the screen at a time? I think it is. Yeah, 2 has the twins. No combos in this game, though. Fatal Frame 2 and 3 are awesome. Like I'd put both Fatal Frame 2 and 3 in probably the top 10 horror games ever. But I have Fatal Frame 3 at like number 1, I guess. I don't know where I'd put... I mean, they're almost... like 2 is almost as good as 3 as far as I'm concerned, but... I really like 3 a lot. Look at these rocks! So much more rocky than the old rocks.
Don't you recognize me?
Calamity. In the year 1837, on the 13th day of the 12th month, the strangling ritual failed and caused the calamity. Malice escaped and 1,347 souls were lost. $1,347. What the hell's that? That's a flawed texture right there, whatever that is. go. Oh, hey, kid. Research scrap. Moon Shrine. The small shrine in the atrium of Himuro Mansion is called the Moon Shrine. It enshrines the maidens who were sacrificed in rituals. Inside the Moon Shrine is an empty well called the Moon Well. The moonlight shrine shines down to the bottom of the on the night of the ritual. The rope shrine maiden is supposed to purify her body with moonlight at the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well is connected to the basement, and only the maiden uses this path to reach the basement. According to the legend, the first rope maiden was buried in the Moon Shrine. However, no body or documents were found inside. I wonder where the first rope maiden has been enshrined. You... Oh, that missed. Moonshine, yeah, the moonshine. The game's starting to get more aggressive now. We need to grab another... mirror stone. Whoa! Earthquake! Whoops. Probably went to the little... Oh, no, never mind. I guess it doesn't matter which way we go. But I think one way might be longer. Who dare? What do you want? What the heck is this ghost? It's a face. I don't know what he was saying, but it didn't sound good. Earthquake. I like how this one's literally in the same room. It's kind of weird. Is it over here, though? No. No, that's just the door again. What am I doing? least I think it's in the same room, is it? Maybe it's not. I don't remember. Calamity. In the rubble room. I'm pretty sure it's in here. There you are. Brushed woman. Man in atrium. Let's follow him. Sure, it's fine. He doesn't mind. Oh, these textures goofed again. Where was that, Oh, it's out here. Isn't it? I think there's a... Right here? It's gone. Where'd it go? Where's my... I didn't think I picked up that one. Does it just go away in this chapter for no reason? Okay. Oh. I don't know why these textures keep goofing, but whatever. Yay. Okay. Some other place shows in the photo, looks like a kind of altar. Yeah, I know where that is. I think the thing that I picked to fix the ghosts is the thing that is messing up the textures in this specific room. This way is probably best. Is that a mirror? Might be. It's just the spirit stone. The hell do you want? You just hold still. Whoa. I can barely tell what these ghosts look like in the PS2. Dude, this ghost is kind of annoying. Can you stop it? What the hell? Who the hell even are you? god. The lock on is kind of handy. What's that? Oh, stone mirror. That's what I really wanted. What was the quick save button on the PS2 emulator again? I'm gonna need it for the final boss because the final boss is bugged. Well, not bugged. I mean, it's bugged on the emulator. Oh god. I think it's F1. Is it F1? It is F1. Don't want to die. Deadly premonition. Freaking ghosts in that game. Or zombies or whatever they are. A rope. Document. Show the maiden no mercy. Cast the rope on her limbs from the right arm, then the other from the right foot, then the other. Right arm, right foot. Does that mean I want the one that has? Where am I playing? This is on I'm just using the PS2 emulator, PCSX2. That's a foot. Okay. That should be right foot. Yeah, and that's left foot. So are you... Go! Wait. Oh, this is what I'm... No? Oh well. It's not like you can really fail. Just keep pushing buttons. Well. What is it? Why is it chanting? A teal carving. Whoa! Oh, this dude. This dude's not nice. I don't think he likes this. Jesus. Ow. Ow. This guy is so much teleporting. And now back outside. If that floor is going to fix itself again. 7 more. Okay, that guy, this needs to end up there. This over there. Over there. Oh. how stupid. Okay, the one at the bottom needs to end up. Maybe... No, I did the exact same thing, just a different way. No, this'll work. This is right. Is it right? It's not right. Oh, damn it. Okay, if I move this, that's bad. That's bad. Does this work? Hey, Vexy. I like the puzzles. A couple of them are hard, I think, and then... If I... So I need this to get over there. And this to go up there, and that to go there, so... But if I do this, yeah, this box is at this guy at the bottom. Wait, where does this one even start? It does start there. No, it doesn't. So I gotta stop putting this over there. I think you can go there. Maybe. We still have to get this there, though. So if I... Yeah, this doesn't work, because I didn't free the bottom one. It's essentially just caused the same problem. What am I not doing here? Nope, nope, nope. Nope. No. What was closer? Time to be random and see if I just see it. Like, I was trying to get them to follow each other. No. Oh no, I can't do that. Oh, come on.
Stupid man thing!
I know I'm stupid. God. I'm so stupid. No, 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 not, no, no, no. There way. This way.
Do you want me to take care of this
I
for
did it,
you,
okay?
little boy?
I did it.
I'm not going anywhere.
But yes, yes, Claire. Always.
Break out the beer and nachos.
I found the folklore's research documents in the cabinet. Research scrap. The mystery of the cabinet and the moonwell. The moonwell inside the moon shrine is hidden with a trick mechanism. The cabinet moves and opens up the entrance to the moonwell when a certain routine has been performed, but I have no idea how this is done. There is only a vague description of the trick device. Acquire the symbols from the 4 rope pullers and show the Himuro family master seal. This must be done, but this must mean that opening the door requires the symbols carried by the 4 priests participating in the ceremony and the Himuro family master seal. However, now that the family has ceased to exist, there is no way of knowing how to acquire either the symbols or the seal. Unless you have a magical camera. Oh, point-and-click games have way worse puzzles than that. Like, that's a very... yeah. But, like... like, a lot of the older point-and-click games, there's just some insanely obscure stuff. The Silent Hill 3 does have a puzzle, if you put it on hard, where you need to know Shakespeare. Pointing and clicking? I know, it's way too complicated. Okay, we got the photos. Well, there's probably worse than those. Like Ripper. Ripper's got really bad puzzles. But it does have Christopher Walken, so it's all worth it. Hirasaka. Missed, yeah. I don't know. This like they want. The tough part is like once you know the answers to everything in your game, you can't. It's hard to judge how hard it is, I suppose. Sometimes. I don't know.
Why did you become attached to this world? You'll only suffer.
Yeah, why would you... why like the world... be attached to world? Where's my head? Oh, there it is. Oh, you have projectiles, you bastard. Where's my head? Where is your head? You bastard. I was trying to go backwards, but I was like just hitting the bridge. Monsters. Is a ghost technically a monster? Here's my head. Dude. Not fair. We did it. Something shows in the photo. Looks like a letter. Where's my head? He went insane. Oh. Began to murder everyone. That's rude. Reese Writings. We followed the master's orders and hid the guest. I told Kyrie our guest had gone home. We will have to carry the body far, far away so that Kyrie never finds out. I feel sorry for the poor man, but what else could I do? We priests must protect the rope shrine maiden at all costs. Sure, protect. Yeah, this is the widescreen hack. So the game is wide, but she is not wide. Oh, this texture's still goofed up. It's like it's trying to do two textures at once. You know what? Oh, this just looks weird.
Poor girl. It's too bad, but it must be sealed.
Must be sealed. It's just this one floor. I don't know what I did to it, but... Where is your head? I don't know. Please die. No! Okay. I know there's more mirrors, I just gotta go find them. I just didn't want to use all my heals if I could avoid it, but... Yeah. It was fine, but the thing that fixes the ghost, I think, is fixing, or is screwing up this one floor. I don't know. Because this emulator, the emulator does not like this game. Like, you have to do a lot of...
Our only purpose is to die.
Our only purpose is to die. That's not nice. Kyria has been acting strangely ever since she met the young guest. I do not suppose she is attracted to him. If she becomes too deeply involved with this world because of him, she may lose her potential as a proper shrine maiden. We will have to do something, and quickly. Don't want to die. Another one out here. Oh, yeah, the last boss can still crush. You gotta stand in a certain area to avoid the crash. But yeah, this game, the emulator does not like this game. But still, I wanted it to look nice. And that it does. Don't want to die. Get out of here. Nope. Don't want to die. But yeah, like depending on what you do with the emulator, the ghost can be completely invisible in this game. They do so much damage in this game too. Of course, we do still have some graphic glitches with the ghosts, but it's okay. I don't know why. Like, this game's had problems for years, and I don't know why they're not fixed yet, but I mean, who knows? I don't know how hard it is to figure out what it is for this game, or if they care about this game. I don't know. Malice, Souls, and Lost. I mean, there were more problems with this game, but a lot of them have been fixed. $13.47. I did it. And of course, those puzzles can be hell just because you have to realize they're right to left. And if you don't know Japanese reads that direction, yeah. Because there's nothing in the... They didn't localize it in any... or like put anything in the localization to like... so you could know that.
The ritual has failed.
You suck at rituals then. It's all over. Oh no. This guy sucks because he throws stuff at you. Where's my head? If he does keep lining up that... not too bad. Where's my head? Where's my head?
When the calamity comes, we're all dead.
We're all dead. Whoa! Lightning thunders. There it is. I was like, where the hell is this thing? I believe now that the master's decision was a poor one. Kyrie has realized that we hid the gas. Kyrie is depressed and anxious. The day of the ritual is fast approaching. I hope and pray everything goes well. I'm sure it'll go fine. There should be a mirror out here I can go get. Where's my head? Give me a mirror. Yay. There's something over here too. 90. Yay, 90. Whoa! Fatal Frame 3 is my favorite. Can you tell by this shirt? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whoa. What are you guys all doing here? Yeah. The mansion gets a little aggressive at this point. Wait, what room even is this? Oh, it is here. Okay, that's what I thought. I don't know if there's another mirror somewhere or not. I mean, I know there is one, but there are more, but I don't really know where they are. Just gotta remember where you are. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot in 3 to keep track of. But that's... I like complexity in survival horror games. Where's my head?
Bring along Kyrie.
Kyrie? You have your head, I don't have it. Okay, I don't actually know what this one does, because this guy seems to be the easy one. Where's my head? Where's my head?
Before it's too late. Hurry!
Hurry? Okay. The ritual failed. The mansion is filled with the malice. And that malice has made the master lose his sanity. Who would have thought this calamity would happen? It is all over now. There is no telling what will happen unless we find a way to close the gate before it opens completely. How could something bad happen where we're doing a ritual where we gouge out some woman's eyes and sacrifice her? Okay. Now back outside. I mean, we're outside, but the other outside. Maybe I did pick the mirror up that was here. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Except for potentially this floor, unless the floor fixed. Oh, it fixed. It's back to normal. I don't understand what's going on with this floor. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not. But everywhere else is better. Where's my head? Was that right? I just guessed. Apparently it might have been. Like, this isn't even a puzzle, because you can just do this. Like, this could be a puzzle. Like, because you have the photos, so you could figure it out, you know, but... You have the photos and you have the notes, and... so I think, yeah. But whatever. Where's my head? Blood? Follow the blood. Hopefully the blood is still here. And the textures don't override the blood. I think they did. Nope, here it is. Spots of something red, like blood. It's still here. The blood is still here. Hey, Nintendo. That was horribly rude, game. What was that package? It is cool just being able to see what these ghosts even are. So you definitely couldn't on the PS2 with it. Is this a present? Box from mortuary tablet and bone remains. Candles are lit. Somebody must have been here. Oh, it's not a present then. You wanted a present. Yeah. There's still issues because the emulator hates this game, but in general it's... I had slowdown with the ghost for a while, but I fixed that. So... Fails calamity when it happens. When it happens. 1312 or 1213, one of those two. I don't know what's in here though. I don't know if this is where you... I don't think this is where you actually have to go. There just might be something in here. Spirit stone. I don't think you need to go back in here. I could be wrong. It's definitely feeling kind of like a bit of a loot room. Oh, that was awkward looking. Don't want to die. Who's crying? Take all the meds we can find. Was there like a... I wonder if there was a... Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Oh, the box opened a little bit, didn't it? I don't know, I'm leaving. New apartment. Don't want to die. That's a lot of blood. Oh, there's a lot of lines in this.
Ritual.
This guy's a meanie. What? You jerk. Merging sprites. I think I turned that one off. Oh my god. Oh my... Jesus. I don't want to die. A zero shot. Yeah, I played Echoes of the Living demo immediately. Yeah, he's mean, and he can do a lot of damage.
Is tainted.
The Master Seal. Yeah, this is the hardest Fatal Frame also, because it's just way more limited resources than the other one. Well, I mean, it's not like 2 has tons, but... But yeah, you can easily run out of resources in this one. Got stuck in the cobweb. Just gotta find the accelerant with a lighter. Duh. Who are you? Go away. Oh, I have to kill you. Oh, it's this goofy thing. It's the face. Oh, you actually, like, literally stuck in the... Okay. That's weird. The vape ghost. Maximum power. The mansion, like this day in the mansion, like the mansion goes pretty crazy too. Wait, I don't want to go this way. Do I? It gets way more aggressive. This will work. Howdy, have a good night. Don't want to die. Oh, the texture in here screwed up again. It's weird. I don't know what's happening to it. The Master Seal.
Down here?
Save. You don't need much. Well, you don't even really need health for the final boss, because if you get hit, you just instant die. So you don't really need much healing there. So I guess that's a good thing. Sort of. Holy mirror is on a stone in front of the mummy. Recess in the stone. Something was removed. Kyrie.
No, Kitty.
Kyrie, why? Why? Little Kyrie. How come one person can have like 2 ghosts? Final night. Hello.
Who are you? Huh?
Am I supposed to play something? What do you want me to do, Kyrie? Ah, music. Wait, why'd I have to click on it so many times there? Oh. Oh yeah, these creepy rooms. Oh no, wait, this isn't what I was thinking of. Hello? This never works out in these games. It's always just a ghost that's just gonna look at you. Ghost heard that. Oh wait, I turned myself around. I didn't mean to do that. It's a flying head. I assume I must fight. What do you want? This one's not very powerful, I guess. What is happening here? There we go. Now just try it again. It'll be fine this time. Don't want to die. Oh, tilty cam. This is the Fatal Frame classic. Walking on these like rafters or whatever you call them. Deadly Premonition 2? We've played Deadly Premonition 2. How do you mean you want a different Deadly Premonition 2? Some sparkles down there. What are those? Is one of them a mirror? It was a long time ago? I mean, it wasn't that long, was it? It's hard to keep playing every game. Yay, stone mirror! Ripper. How long did Ripper take? I think it was 2 streams. Or was it 1? It might have been 1. I can't remember. I think it was 2, because I was actually trying to figure some stuff out in that game. Lighthouse, the Dark Beam, Sanitarium. Hello. Bye. There's a painting with frightful colors here. Could it mean something? Well, yeah, you play Ripper for the cutscenes. Curious Diary. Today is the day I get to walk outside. I was walking in the mansion's atrium when he suddenly appeared from out of the guest room. It's the first time I've talked to an outsider since I came here. It was so much fun. He came to see me. He let me out of the room and we went outside. He taught me the names of all the flowers. Everything about this is so new to me. My face got hot again today, but I didn't want to hide it this time. Curious Diary again. He came to see me again today. The chief priest said we mustn't go out into the garden, so we just stayed in the room and talked. He told me so many interesting things about the outside world. I feel so happy when I'm with him. So very, very happy. I walked in the garden with him today. How beautiful the cherry blossoms are. He taught me so much since we met. I never even feel lonely anymore. Mirror. Curious hairpin. Mafuyu? The walking. It's a great scene. Just. Curious diary. While I was looking out the window today, I saw somebody walking in the garden. He didn't notice me. He was just walking around leisurely, gazing at the trees and hills. I saw him again today, walking in the garden. He saw me once, too, and waved to me. I don't know why, but my face got hot and I ducked out of sight. When I told the chief priest about it, he was terribly surprised. He told me I wasn't to look out the window again for a while. How dare you look out the window? Curious diary. The strangling ritual will be held soon. The master and the priest are performing their ablutions, and it looks like the whole family has gathered here at the mansion for the ritual. This mansion is usually so lonely, but for today anyway, it's bustling with life. One of the priests was staring at me. He looked so sad. I'm the rope shrine maiden. I have a very important obligation to fulfill. But how can I perform my duty as the shrine maiden now, feeling the way I do, now that I've found out the true joy of living? And how, now that I've gone and gotten that poor man involved? Yeah. Just was locked in here until she was old enough to die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't want to die. Can't see. Don't want to die. All better. Oh, basement. Curious hairpin. Oh, what's this? Spirit stone.
Aha! I like it when a door opens.
Yeah, Fatal Frame 1 is pretty hard. Like, I have 5 heals. Yeah, but I do have a mirror. But like, yeah, this is not an easy game. Sacred ropes are wrapped around the pillar. Death Trap Dungeon. Jesus. Hey, we did it. Even if, at least I'm pretty sure we beat it. We crashed when it tried to do the cutscene, I think. Goodbye. These little bastards are hard to see. But at least last time they were completely invisible when I tried to use the emulator. I'm pretty sure this is what they're supposed to do. Obviously those little colored lines aren't supposed to be but I'm pretty sure that's how they're supposed to work. Fatal Frame 2 won't have these silly problems. For some reason. I don't know why this one has so many problems with the emulator. Fuu's note, Dear Miku, I know it's weird, but I see you sometimes here in the mansion. I run after you, but I always end up losing sight of you. There must be some kind of warp in time here now. We'll probably never be able to find each other. Were you worried about me? Is that why you came? I hope you get this note. I need you to help me. The force behind the curse of Himuro Mansion is a woman named Kyrie. She was sacrificed in a ritual, and her sad spirit was exposed to the malice that spilled out of hell when the calamity happened. Now she's a miserable creature that taints everything she comes into contact with. Apparently, I remind her of the man she was in love with. I somehow just knew that when she touched me. I plan on going to see her now. If I don't, this mansion will keep right on claiming victims. Kyrie laments her ill-fated life, but at the same time, she also regrets not having been able to fulfill her duty as the Shrine Maiden. I saw the image of Kyrie as a child. She was looking for somebody to help her her other tortured self. Kyrie is like a person divided in two. Miku, I want you to help Kyrie if you can. You have to seal her off. You have to seal off the Hellgate with the Holy Mirror. Mafuyu.
Stop.
What a fun ritual. Probably the altar where the ritual is done. A huge stone pedestal is stained red. Yep, this is where we take our family member that we locked in a cage for most of her life and then rip her into pieces. Duh. Stop it. Oh, slow down as well, can it? That actually does fix it. Just toggle the renderer and it fixes. It's weird. Team Ninja knew what they were doing. But this isn't Team Ninja, just that only the 5th one's Team Ninja, I think. But they, yeah, well, I mean, okay, yeah, they knew what they were doing. I've been thinking about the camera Mom left us. I know it was Mom's, and she left it to us when she died, but it used to belong to Grandma Makoto. They say it was the only thing Grandma brought with her when she was adopted by the Hinasaki family. Oh, okay, Grandma was adopted, not Miku. In some documents I found here in the mansion, there were notes about a little girl named Mikoto, the same name as our grandmother, finding a camera with an uncanny power. And then I found out that Mikoto's mother, the folklorist's wife, died this very same way Mom did. Mom was no match for the ghostly power of that camera. It drove her mad, and she had to leave this world. Now, if that camera is the same one Mikoto's mother had, anyway, I don't know all the specifics, but I'm pretty sure that camera is strongly connected to the curse on this mansion. Yeah, we're gonna have to save state when we get to the boss. I don't know, is this the boss or is it... No, I don't think it's the boss yet. Oh, it is the boss. Save state, because this'll crash if I look the wrong direction. Yeah, if I look the wrong way, it's gonna crash. Oops.
Mafuyu!
Yeah.
Miku.
We'll always be together.
Together. It's not look the wrong way, it's stand in the wrong place, actually, I think. We got big film. Or big zero shots. Still possible to die. Yeah, she's easy. The sword guy's like... But she does one-shot you, but she's easy. It's not a good game yet, though. Am I gonna trap you? Bing.
It's the last piece of the mirror.
I mean, it's basically over. You just have to, you know, do this. No, 3 is the etched in my eyes. Over and over.
Mafuyu. Thank goodness.
Mafuyu. Bing.
Don't forget your duty.
Yeah, now just sit here and guard a gate for eternity. It's fine. After the wonderful life you had. Who put the gate to hell here anyway?
My duty is to keep this gate closed.
Well, it's bad for her. Well, actually, I guess this ending's kind of sad for everyone involved. Not that any Fatal Frame game is happy.
Leave this gate to me. The rest of you, hurry and escape.
The rest of you. The two of you.
But what about you?
I must stop the calamity, or else it will happen again. Don't worry about me. You must go.
Mafuyu, come on.
Miku. I must stay.
What are you saying?
I think I can help her. without me. Miku. The whole time Kyrie was guiding me, I could hear her screaming. Screaming for help. As the Rope Shrine Maiden, she was destined to seal the gate. Yet she also wanted to be with the one she loved. But she couldn't have both, and was being torn apart by those two feelings, which resulted in the calamity. Her spirit was touched by the malice, and she became a creature that wanted to make others suffer as she had. Now free of the malice, she is about to fulfill her duty as the Rope Shrine Maiden.
Time for the exposition.
Her soul must remain here, keeping this gate sealed off for all eternity. All alone.
Oh yeah, it kind of haunts Miku forever.
Endless pain.
As the only real recurring character in the franchise.
As long as she is not left hopeless. I wish to be by her side. Miku.
Matthew. Look, their souls are all going back to where they belong.
Mafu, you dum-dum.
Miku. I now realize why I was brought here. And I will accept this destiny of mine. Miku. Thank you for everything.
I mean,
Ever
she
since
did close
that
the
day,
Hellgate.
I stopped seeing things that other people don't see.
5 is weird. And I think the weirdest thing about that is, what about Kyrie? Is it Mafuyu with Kyrie? I don't know. Unfortunately, the first Fatal Frame doesn't have, like, the cool credit musics like all the others. Nothing wrong with it. It's just not as, like... well, you know, Fatal Frame credit music. Besides this one is... they're all very good. I think they're all by the same person, too. Or singer, or whatever. Whoever she is. Or her group is, or whatever. 2 is the most underrated. Oh, unrelated one. I mean, 2 is Yai, Sai. Yeah, like it's related to 1, but not very much. But then, yeah, 3 is directly related. And then 4 isn't really connected to any of the others in any way. But it is kind of an origin, or closer to an origin. Yeah, 4 is the least related. But 4 is all, and 4 takes place before all these.